Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for returning, and welcome back to the 2022 QAAMS Workshop. This is day 2, obviously a bit of a shorter day. We've got a couple of presentations initially. I've just got a few photos from last night, but just as an acknowledgement of country, I'd just like to acknowledge the original custodians of the land on which we're meeting, the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and Greater Adelaide region, and that we respect their elders past, present and emerging. Just a few photos here. My editing skills aren't that great. Got a bit of a clunky old computer back in the room. I promised Christopher and Michelle that I didn't set this up, but I was at the back of the room, if you notice. I'm familiar with Mickey O'Brien's presentations. Just a few bits and pieces. We'll organise some more formal photos in coming days. I think you'll agree it was a very good, productive day yesterday. If I don't get time to thank the training teams later, headed up by Tamika and Isabel and supported by Ellen and Paulina. I think they did a great professional job. Also those helpers in the training rooms as well. Of course, I'd also like to thank the Leadership Forum and participants that are here for the workshop. Without you guys, there wouldn't be any point in running a workshop. Also, Mark and Anne Shepherd for helping out. A great contribution there over many years also. Thanks very much to Andrea Francis, who's done a lot of work leading up to the workshop and during the workshop here now. And the group photo. Yes. Okay, so on to the program. We've got a couple of presentations this morning. We aim to have those completed by 10 o'clock. We'll get straight into the first urine albumin creatinine ratio training session and then have a quick morning tea break. We'll get on to the second session after tea and aiming for lunch at 12:30. From 1:30 we'd like a presentation of the certificates and wind up at 2 o'clock, hopefully. I was just going to go back. I was looking at a couple of the Telica DCA training rooms. There's a couple of pictures there. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention about the distribution of the Telica DCA devices. There's currently a bit of a temporary hold on distribution of devices in Australia, including the QAAMS devices. Siemens has just put a temporary hold until they can replace all the devices out there in circulation. Any that QAAMS had in storage have been sent back overseas, so we're waiting on replacement devices. There's a bit of a charging issue with some of the devices, but they'd like to replace all the machines out there in circulation. So consequently, there's a delay in getting devices to services. Those services that have devices currently in QAAMS, the Telica DCAs, they will be replaced. And we're looking at probably mid-July onwards for that to occur. So it's not ideal, but I think certainly QAAMS and Siemens are doing the best they can to keep that moving. I think I, yeah.
Can I just make a mention before we get into the program?
Sure.
Today?
Yep.
So it's with great pleasure, after 2 long years, and through the great support of Sister Anne-Marie, we now have our inaugural, very first Torres Strait Islander leader, Zamari Bond.
Oh, well done. Well done. Congratulations, Zamari. Now, just to introduce our first speaker, Dr. David Dunn. He's our QAAMS Clinical Support Officer. David's also the General Practitioner in Primary Care Services based here in Adelaide at Nunkawurrun of South Australia Incorporated. David's speaking on diabetes care throughout the pandemic. Thank you, David. There are some steps there if you want to.
Thanks, Grant. Oops, that's better. Thanks, Grant, and thanks to QAAMS for the invitation to talk to you today. I also would like to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting on today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So I wanted to talk today about COVID care, COVID-19 and diabetes care in Aboriginal health services, because it has been and continues to be quite challenging for all of us working in Aboriginal health services. My background, as Grant mentioned, is working in community-controlled health services as part of a healthcare team. So I've been doing that. I was doing the sums last night, and it's a bit scary. Like since 1991, when I started work in Kalgoorlie at Bega Health Service, and since 2005, I've been working at Nunkarunyanti. My other role currently is working for COVID operations in SA Health, and a major part of what I'm doing there is being involved in the response to outbreaks of COVID-19 in Aboriginal communities. So this is an area that I'm really interested in, and I've seen some fabulous collaboration between the government services, government public health services and Aboriginal health services in this space, and I think together, you know, it has been a fabulous example of how we can pull the different sectors together and work to achieve good things. Okay, so we all know that Aboriginal health services are high-risk settings because our clients have high rates of chronic disease and so are at greater risk of more severe outcomes from COVID-19. During the pandemic, many health services have reduced or at times stopped face-to-face care to try and manage the risk of COVID-19. And telehealth has been part of what we've had to introduce to sort of deal with the situation. And even now, I mean, the pandemic is not over yet. We're seeing around 30,000 new cases each day in Australia currently. So we have just over 200,000 cases, active cases at any one time currently in Australia. So it's important for us to realise that this is an ongoing situation. And so telehealth is part of the solution which continues at the moment. Certainly at Nunkarunyanti, we are supplementing our usual face-to-face services with telehealth still. So all of you know, as health workers and health practitioners and nursing staff and other health practitioners working in Aboriginal health services, that you've had to expand your skill set during this time. And I think it has been a standout, seeing how particularly our health workers and health practitioners have stepped up, and of course with the support and work of you know, nurses on the ground too, and the doctors, to really be flexible and so that we can meet the needs of our clients, which I guess is what working in a team in Aboriginal Health Service is all about. So the new skills that we've seen develop have been varied, I think, across the country, depending on the situation in which the health service is working. So, you know, in some remote areas, it's been quite different, a different response to in metropolitan areas, but there's been a lot of overlap as well. So public health skills such as being involved in contact tracing, I'm sure some of you have been involved in that during the pandemic, and that would be a new skill set for you, I'm sure. Swabbing, including showing clients how to do rat tests, would be something new as well. And in some of our remote communities, health workers and health practitioners and nurses have been trained not just to do the PCR swabs, but also to run gene expert point of care PCR tests for COVID-19, like in machines in remote communities. So, yeah, there's a lot of new skills. I guess the other skill that has come to the fore is giving vaccinations, and I'll talk more about the importance of vaccination as we go through the talk, but yeah, I think that's certainly something that in health services around the country we've been able to empower health workers to get more involved in, which has been really important. I haven't got any photos of PPE buddies in action. I wish I did, because there have been some pretty funny scenes, I think, people dressed up in PPE around the place. So personal protective equipment has been and continues to be really important first line protection for those of us working in health, in direct contact in health services with clients, and that's a skill in itself, being able to put on the PPE, but also in as a PPE buddy, working with someone to just keep an eye on how they're going with their mask or their eye equipment or their gown and gloves. So that has been a whole learning experience for all of us, I think. Yeah. So doing welfare checks on our clients when they've been cases and vulnerable contacts of COVID-19 has also been a really important and continues to be a really important new skill. And usually that has been done by phone, but not always. Like I have been involved in the response in the far north of our state, in the APY lands, where the health services there continue to door knock and visit vulnerable cases and contacts to check on them daily. And yeah, I mean, the holistic response of Aboriginal health services has really, I think, come to the fore, you know, because at times we've had to be delivering medications, delivering COVID care kits to people with COVID. So a standard COVID care kit might have a thermometer, an oximeter, some Panadol, those sorts of things there, so that then the health provider can phone in and check in on how those checks are going. And food delivery also has been part of the mix too. So, you know, we've really been involved in a whole lot of diverse actions to sort of support our clients. I think one of the most important roles of Aboriginal health workers and health practitioners during the pandemic is spreading clear, accurate information to the community about COVID-19 and about how to protect the community against the spread. And I mean, I think one of the issues with the whole COVID-19 situation, and I can tell you from personal experience, is that it's hard because, especially during the earlier time of the pandemic, the information was changing constantly. So even for people working in the area, it was a nightmare trying to keep up with what the latest information was. And so I can just imagine for our clients, it would be really hard to make sense of the information. So I think having our health workers and health practitioners explaining information, especially around vaccination and giving accurate information about all of those things to do with COVID-19 has made a huge difference. I mean, through social media and sort of other backdoor means, there has been a lot of misinformation that's been spread. And so your role in providing the right information to our clients has been really crucial. The other thing I think also which has been confusing is the isolation and quarantine requirements, because those have been changing constantly. I mean, at the moment they've been, here in SA at least, they've been sort of the same for probably about 6 weeks maybe, but they've always been changing. How long does a person with COVID have to isolate? How long does a close contact have to be in quarantine? So it has been very confusing. So for health workers and health practitioners to be able to give that accurate information in an appropriate way to clients has been really, really important. And I think, of course, it goes without saying, but it needs to be said that it's not just those of us who work in sort of direct healthcare roles within the health services who've been part of the response in Aboriginal health services. We need to acknowledge the role of our other team members, such as our drivers, who are involved in transporting cases and contacts and having to wear PPE when they do that. Door screening staff has been a new thing that's happened during the pandemic, having someone on the front door to run through those respiratory symptom questions and do a temperature check on people presenting to the clinic. And that's a really important role. You can see our reception staff in this photo behind Perspex screens to try and give them some protection. And you might notice that green light there in front of Susie, one of our receptionists at Nakuranyanti, just indicating that she's free for the next person to come and talk with her. So this is sort of an attempt to try and facilitate social distancing at the reception desk. And of course, with the COVID-19 vaccination clinics, there's a lot of behind the scenes admin and managing those clinics has been an important part of making them successful. And of course our cleaners who have been doing extra cleaning of surfaces and have been really important in keeping all of us safe. So it really has been and continues to be a huge team effort. So just moving on, looking more specifically at what's been happening with QAAMS testing. So during the pandemic, as you'd expect, the rates of testing for HbA1c and urine ACR have dropped off. It's interesting because although they have reduced, I think another way of looking at it is that despite the pandemic, we have maintained a pretty good rate of testing. So I'm not sort of giving the message that look, we should have been doing more testing at all. I think what we've achieved has actually been really good. We know that regular point of care diabetes testing improves blood sugar control. So QAAMS has done that research and that's been shown, and we know that with good diabetes control it reduces the risk of complications, diabetes complications. So I guess another way of looking at it then is with a reduction in diabetes monitoring through a reduction in HbA1c and ACR testing, we can expect that there may be an increase well, there'll be poorer blood sugar control, and so possibly have an adverse effect on diabetes outcomes or more complications. So I guess the message is that for all of us, it's important to be doing our best to catch up any shortfalls in testing and to then maintain our regular testing as much as we can. So you can see on the graphs here, the second graph from the left is the testing for 2019. So the pandemic really started in Australia at the beginning of 2020. The dark blue, or the blue line, is HbA1c testing for monitoring diabetes control, and you can see that during testing rates for 2020 and 21 have sort of come down off that peak of 2019. And similarly, testing HbA1c testing for diagnosis of diabetes, which is the orange bar, has also reduced, as has the ACR testing, which is the grey bars. So I think it's just good to bear this in mind, that this sort of tells us that there is a backlog of people who we need to catch up. But as I was saying before, I think we've still done pretty well considering what's been happening in the COVID space. So you may recognise maybe a couple of people in this photo, I'm not sure. Not looking at anyone in particular.
It's me, David.
Thanks, Priscilla. So I think there's a talk about diabetes health checks after my talk, but just in terms of COVID, I guess, so we've said that HbA1c and ACR rates of testing have reduced, and so we'd expect also other testing for lipids, so cholesterol and triglycerides, and EGFR, which is looking at kidney function, would have dropped as well. And also those other examinations that we do as part of the diabetes review, which require sort of face-to-face contact, such as blood pressure and checking weight, as well as the foot check and eye check, we'd expect will have dropped off during the pandemic as well. I guess some of these things could be discussed by phone with the client, but we'll talk in a minute about how, so I'm thinking of, talking to people about smoking and alcohol, diet, and maybe medication review. You can discuss those things by phone, but I think for other reasons they have been adversely affected by the pandemic. And of course, vaccinations. There are those vaccinations such as Pneumovax and Prevnar 13, which are super important for our patients with diabetes, which may have also dropped off, as well as influenza vaccination. So during the pandemic, we've seen lockdowns and, of course, quarantine and isolation orders for contacts and COVID-19 cases. And so those sort of restrictions, of course, have made exercise, which is so important for our clients with diabetes, much harder to achieve. And I'm sure that's had an adverse effect on blood sugar levels. All of us have seen the empty shelves at supermarkets. There have been food shortages, and I'm sure that has had an effect on people's diet. And I think a really big one is the effect on mental health. And I think many people have found it very stressful being under these restrictive orders, and I think rates of smoking and alcohol consumption during that time have gone up. So I think in that way, this also is sort of an adverse effect as far as diabetes goes. And also for those people, for many people with the shutdowns with COVID-19, that's meant lost hours of work, and so less money coming in and less ability to buy healthy food, and possibly poorer access to medication. So there are many ways in which COVID-19, I think, has had an adverse effect on our clients, and particularly those with diabetes. So just moving forwards, thinking about vaccination, because this is a really important, critical strategy for us to protect our patients with diabetes. We know that vaccination is very effective in reducing serious illness and death from COVID-19. So it reduces COVID symptoms, and the research shows that it reduces the symptoms of long COVID by 50%. So long COVID is ongoing symptoms past 3 months, which is something which we're seeing quite a lot of at the moment. And particularly symptoms like tiredness and brain fog. So vaccination plays an important part in protecting against long COVID. So as well as reducing the risk of actually getting COVID, vaccination reduces the infectiousness of those people who get it. So that means that vaccination reduces the spread, and that's really important. And I guess the other sort of important message is that COVID vaccination is safe. So we know, first of all, I guess I should say that all of my kids have had the COVID vax. My daughter, when she was pregnant, had the COVID vaccination, and I was really pleased that they did. So around 9,300 people have died from COVID-19 in Australia so far in this pandemic. There have been 11 deaths linked to the AstraZeneca vaccine for COVID-19. There have been none linked to the Pfizer mRNA vaccine. So I think it's just important to have those sort of numbers in your mind, that there is a lot of misinformation about vaccination, but it really is important for protecting our communities. So I guess all of you would know that I think probably all Aboriginal Health Services vaccination has been mandatory for staff. And it's not just about protecting staff, but also the clients who come in to the health service. We don't want our diabetic clients to come into the health service and catch COVID-19 from one of our staff, or we want the health service to be a safe place for our clients. And the other thing is, I guess, that if there is an outbreak in a health service, then there's the risk that the health service will actually shut for a week or longer, and that the adverse sort of health effect of that on all clients is something that we should try and avoid. So, yeah, in terms of keeping the health service safe for our clients with diabetes, it's still important to think about these sort of basic concepts like social distancing in the workplace and hand sanitising, trying to minimise the face-to-face time you have with clients, and thinking about the space where you're seeing your clients. So like maybe keeping a window open in the room that you're working, maybe even consulting outside. They're sort of basic strategies that you could consider. Of course, it's important to be, for staff and clients as much as possible, to be wearing masks in the health service, and in those high risk, really high risk settings, you need to consider wearing eye protection, gowns and gloves. And I know that in many health services, I'm not sure what's happening sort of for you, but you know, many health services are asking their staff to do regular rat testing. So at NUNC, recently we were doing daily rats. I'm not sure if we're still doing that or if it's second daily, but yeah, I think, you know, that the rat test is a good tool. But if you're symptomatic, then a PCR swab is really important. So looking more specifically at diabetes and the effect of COVID-19 on our clients who have diabetes, we know that diabetes and uncontrolled high sugars are risk factors for severe COVID-19. And people with diabetes have a 4 times increased risk of death from COVID-19. So this is really, really important. COVID causes worsening of diabetes control. So often these clients need high doses of insulin to control their sugars. But on the other hand, poor appetite can be part of the COVID syndrome, and so we need to watch out that if the clients are not eating enough, their sugars might actually go too low. Steroids are used as sometimes for treatment of severe COVID, and they do cause sugars to go higher as well, so the treatment can actually make diabetes worse. And interestingly, the research is showing that even after mild COVID-19 infection, there's an increased risk of developing diabetes after the infection. So that's something that we need to look out for now, because in South Australia, I think it's around 30% of our Aboriginal community has had COVID-19. And of course that will grow with time. But we need to think, okay, so this person has had COVID-19. We need to be really looking out for whether they're going to develop diabetes. So it's important to have that just in the back of your mind. And I mean, we're doing regular screening for diabetes anyway, but just saying that it's even more important in this context. Good news is I've almost finished. So for all of our diabetes patients, they should have a sick-day action plan, and they need to swing that into action if they get COVID-19. And that really means, well, I guess doing this in consultation with you as the health worker or health practitioner and their other healthcare staff. And usually we would recommend increasing the frequency of sugar monitoring, drinking plenty of fluids, making sure they eat enough, and also looking at their diabetes medications, whether they need to be reduced or stopped, or adjusted in some way to sort of achieve better diabetes control. And I think one thing that maybe isn't obvious, so I thought I'd say it, is that after COVID infection, for our unvaccinated clients, whether they have diabetes or not, it's still important for them to get vaccinated 3 months after they have COVID-19. So the current sort of research shows that you have some degree of immunity to COVID-19 for up to 3 months after, but you really need to get vaccinated after that time. So in summary, I think the flexible response of Aboriginal health services to the pandemic really has shown the strength of our teams and the many skills of our staff, our health workers, our health practitioners, our nursing staff and others. We do need to focus on catching up on overdue diabetes checks and maintain regular checks moving forward. And I guess the other sort of take-home message is that, as I was saying before, the pandemic is still happening, and so we need to continue to work together to keep the community safe from COVID-19. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David. We won't take questions. We're getting a little bit short on time. Thank you. I'd like to invite Sarah Davey to do her presentation. Thankfully, she made it late yesterday. Good to have you here. We'll try and wind up by about 5:02 if we can. We want to get the training sessions happening. But Sarah's a registered nurse and credentialed nurse, diabetes educator, sorry. Used to be based at Samri, but now no? Okay, I got that wrong. But now the Health Services Manager at Port Lincoln Aboriginal Health Service. Sarah's presenting on the Diabetes Annual Cycle of Care. Thank you.
Hi everybody, so as introduced, my name's Sarah. Just to finish off on David's session, I remember sitting at AXA, the Aboriginal Health Council of South Australia, end of 2019, being told about this virus we need to start prepping for, and what a roller coaster it has been. It's crazy. It's just taken over everything, hasn't it? So my name's Sarah. I'll introduce myself a bit more in a minute. And this presentation does have a very long title: what we can do to support our community members who are living with diabetes to ensure they are able to live well and avoid complications, exploring the role of the Diabetes Annual Cycle of Care in Aboriginal primary health care. I will whip through these slides really quickly so we can get to ACR testing, but if anybody wants to catch up with me at break times or via email, phone call, please reach out and I'll give you my details. How do I change slides? Green button. So a little bit about me. So as I said, my name's Sarah. As introduced, I'm a registered nurse and a credentialed diabetes educator. I get to live and work in Port Lincoln, which is at the bottom of the Eyre Peninsula in South Australia. And this photo shows you where Port Lincoln is in comparison to where we are today. The Bungala people are the traditional custodians of the land that I work from, but I'd like to also take a moment to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the land that we are meeting from today. Pay my respects to the Kaurna elders, past, present and emerging, respect their strength of survival over the past 200 years and acknowledge their strength to thrive into the future. I myself am a woman from the Wirangu and Cookatha people, and on the map down there you can see where my people come from. So anything you want to know that I gloss over in this presentation, please sing out. Happy to catch up off. I had the privilege of being mentored and have Uncle Tony Burgoyne as my team leader when I first started working at Port Lincoln Aboriginal Health Service, and I'm sure there's people in the room remember his time as the state leader for South Australia. So diabetes, so this is not a presentation about what is diabetes, and I might gloss over this a little bit for the sake of time. This presentation is more about the individual aspects of a diabetes annual cycle of care and why it's important to acknowledge each of those parts. All complications with diabetes can be avoided if they're acknowledged and identified early. So we have type 1 diabetes, which is an autoimmune condition, and it happens purely because the person's pancreas has stopped producing insulin. So people, once they're diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, will immediately be started on insulin and they'll remain on insulin treatment for life. No amount of excess weight or other common risk factors will put a person at risk for developing type 1 diabetes. Used to just be children associated with juvenile diabetes, but now there's people at all age groups being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. We have diabetes in pregnancy. which is self-explanatory, happens when women are pregnant, and it happens because of the placenta and pregnancy hormones. And then we have our most common form of diabetes in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population, type 2 diabetes. People are at increased risk of developing type 2 if they're overweight, not physically active. Everyone in here would know about risk factors for type 2 diabetes, but essentially the body becomes more resistant to insulin. There's another picture, there we go. As we've seen in current research, people may be able to significantly slow down the progression of type 2 diabetes through changes to diet and increasing the amount of physical activity we do. A lot of people would be hearing about diabetes regression, seems to be coming up a lot in the research and media. So as I said before, why do we worry about diabetes? Because of the complications. So most commonly we've got our eyes, our feet and our kidneys, but diabetes will also contribute to the development of problems such as heart attacks and strokes. And all of these can be avoided. And the diabetes annual cycle of care is a tool that we can use to avoid bad complications. So I've seen on one of the tables just to the left that there are diabetes annual cycle of care forms, and these can also easily be found on the NDSS website. So through this presentation, I'll whip through and go through all of the elements of this diabetes annual cycle of care. So it pretty much supports people who are living with diabetes and their healthcare team to keep track of what care and investigations should be completed each and every year. It'll ensure that any of these concerns are picked up early before they have a chance to become complications. I've said that 4 times already, and it's important. It's a Medicare rebate that sites can use to generate Medicare revenue. It can be completed by a GP or a credentialed diabetes educator every 12 months, provided that all the care and the tests have been completed. But the actual act of getting all the tests and care completed is a real collaboration between all of the people working in the healthcare team, Aboriginal health workforce, practitioners, GPs, and any other allied health and registered nurses or credentialed diabetes educators you have access to. And without all of the complications, just in general, living with type 2 diabetes, if your blood sugar levels are elevated a lot of the time, it's going to leave you feeling very tired and not well at all. So HbA1c, which you did your accreditations for yesterday with the machinery, we know that glucose makes the blood sticky, and then it does forms the hemoglobin A1c, and it's a measure of how the average blood glucose level over the past 3 months, which you would have learnt more about yesterday. It's a non-fasting test, and what someone has eaten in the past day won't affect the result. And essentially, the higher the reading, the higher the person's risk of developing complications. So the goal is 7, but if someone's already sitting around a 13, 14, to get to 7 seems like a huge drop to have to make. So it's important to celebrate the small drops, so the 14 to 13 or the 14 to 13.5. And then, as you know, sugar checks, just with the normal blood sugar machine, is just going to tell you what the sugar level is at the moment. But both are important to know how well that person's travelling with their diabetes journey. Blood pressure. The pressure of blood running through all the blood vessels in our body. It's a silent problem if it's elevated. If you have symptoms of high blood pressure, it's usually because it's been really elevated for a really long time, and that's really not good. So regular blood pressure checks are very important, and ensuring that we are providing lifestyle information and education and getting people started on medications early is important to control blood pressure. Want to know more? The St Vincent's Hospital's got some great blood pressure information and videos for people to learn more. And then there's the My Heart, My Life from the Heart Foundation. Foot care and assessment, you heard from my previous colleague Astrid yesterday in regards to the foot project that's been happening all around Australia. So this slide got a little bit more attention because this was where I was working in. So we know diabetes can increase your risk of developing foot ulcers and having to have amputations, and this is completely avoidable too. Feet are at risk because of the damage that diabetes causes to the nerves in people's feet and the problems with circulation because the blood's a bit thicker, and then having the extra sugar in your blood also makes you more at risk for having infections. And as I said, it was a special project work for a little while. And I do have extra slides from yesterday, which I won't share today, but I'm happy to share with anybody who would like to know a bit more about foot care. Foot Forward have got some great online learning modules that people can use to expand their knowledge in diabetes foot-related assessment, screening and referrals. Within the diabetes annual cycle of care, it's recommended to see a podiatrist at least once a year for us who have access to podiatrists. Otherwise, just getting that shoe off, looking at the feet and trying to either get telehealth support or GP support, or to find somebody who's specialised in foot care in your area to have a look at that foot. Then the most important part is educating community to look at their feet and to be able to identify if there are any problems, and then coming out to us to let us know if there's any thing that they need. I could go on for a whole nother half hour on foot stuff, so I'll stop there. Eyes. We're all Aboriginal community control sites, so I'm fairly certain there'll be people in the room that have been trained in doing retinal imaging through the eye rollout that happened a few years back. So having an examination of the retina, so the back of the eyeball, is recommended every 2 years within the diabetes annual cycle of care. We can definitely do it more frequently. And this can be done by an optometrist, or it can also be done through the Aboriginal Community Control Health site if you've been trained in using the camera. And the same again, if someone has got early changes to the backs of their eyes, this can be treated and managed so that we don't end up losing vision for people. And then for the sites that have got the retinal cameras, you probably have one of those massive banners in your health service as well. Weight, it's huge. Like, it's such a big thing trying to even just personally get to your ideal body weight, your ideal BMI. It's actually a special interest area of mine, behaviour change in chronic conditions. We often get told just walk more and eat less. It sounds really easy, but it's not actually easy. There are different things that contribute to weight gain, including our biology, the environments we live in, stresses we have in our life experiences, and it's not as easy as losing willpower. And this is an area I could probably go on for about half an hour as well, but I won't. Happy to catch up with anyone about behaviour change. But we all know having excess weight puts extra strain on your body. In regards to diabetes, it worsens that insulin resistance. So the short-term impact of physical activity, it reduces the insulin resistance. Long-term impact is that you lose some of your fat layer, which also improves your insulin resistance. So any way you look at it, physical activity is really important, which probably covers the next slide. So CARPA have made it, have got a really good section in CARPA about losing weight and how to support people with that behaviour change. And essentially it is reducing energy intake and exercising more, but there is way more to it. Physical activity, which I did cover in the previous slide. If you do have access to exercise physiologists in the area that you live in, community members can access that if they've had a 715 health check or a care plan team care arrangement completed. When I'm quiet, it's because I'm missing bits of stuff I'd written in so we can finish on time. Blood fats, cholesterol, we've got the point of care machining, not QAAMS machinery, but we also have the cholesterol checkers in most clinics. If not, we're sending bloods off. We know that cholesterol is also a silent complication, that by the time somebody has any physical complications of high cholesterol, it's usually because it's been elevated for some time. So check the cholesterol every 12 months in the diabetes annual cycle of care, but we do have ability to do it more frequently. Medicines, important thing about medicines, they're not going to work if they're not actually taken. Taking medications regularly is really challenging for pretty much everybody I know. So regularly checking in with community when you're providing care to see how they're going, how often they're able to take their medications, what problems they may be having with remembering, especially the evening or lunchtime doses. You can get a pharmacist to do a home medication review if you have access to a pharmacist. And the medication reviews are checked every 12 months as part of the diabetes annual cycle of care. If you want to know more about diabetes medications, the QAAMS Medicines book plus Diabetes SA has a great sheet that you can use that's really easy to use to know more about medications. People are on insulin, it's also important to make sure that they're having regular checks of their blood sugar levels so that you can titrate that insulin dose, ensuring that people are storing their sharps safely as well. Healthy eating, keep going, which we sort of covered on before. I always get people to check their blood sugar level before and 2 hours after a curious meal. So if they're going to have a big McDonald's, see what it actually does to their blood sugar level. When people start becoming a bit scientific about their sugar levels, you can see they get a definite interest in how foods are impacting. CARPA have given some pretty straightforward ideas on how to support somebody to make some quite easy behavioural changes in regards to diet, which you can see down on the right-hand side. Smoking, I don't even know how people afford to do it anymore, but we all know, and this is where the difficulty of behaviour change comes in, because we all know it's hard to change this behaviour, and we all know how dangerous it is. So just remembering that any quit attempt is one quit attempt closer to actually stopping. Emotional health, you're not feeling well in your head, all of those things that I've just asked someone to do, they're not going to care. They're not going to want to know about that. So always ensuring that we check in with people emotionally and see how, sort of check in their world, see how they're going, and provide referrals or ongoing support to people that are struggling. Kidneys is what we're about to walk into, so I dare say we'll be covering kidneys in there. So I'll skip that. Also, another complication that is easily identified early and treatment started to prevent people having to spend 2-3 days a week on dialysis. Diabetes management, hundreds of things that we're expecting somebody to do every day incorporated into their usual life. So how do we keep someone how do we help someone they can keep it all on track? We have chronic condition programs at probably most Aboriginal community control health sites, which we know help. We know that having Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people look after Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people also really helps. Clinical systems, you'll see some snips from Communicare. Skip. Most sites will be working on Communicare. We have flow charts to help us guide us on what care to do. Diabetes Champions is what I'll finish on. So I've had this interest in diabetes since I started at Port Lincoln Aboriginal Health Service. Hopefully there's Diabetes Champions all across the sector. There's additional training available for people if they want to become specialised in diabetes care. The NDSS and ADEA have currently got a project looking at supporting Aboriginal health workforce and workers and practitioners to complete credentialing, which I'm involved in. But most importantly, we have to empower people to be the drivers in their own diabetes journey. So the juggling act of all of the different things that you're supposed to be doing is actually something the person has to live with day in, day out. We only pop in and out. So doing person-centred goals and working in with what works for the person is the most important thing that we can do. And that's it. So, yeah.
Well done, Sarah. Thank you very much, and sorry to hurry you up. If everyone would like to retire to their respective training rooms, rooms 6 and 7, we'll get started on the ACR training. Thank you. Thanks everyone, and welcome back for the final session of the 2022 QAAMS Workshop. Thanks everyone again for your attendance, the participants, the QAAMS Leadership Forum, the training group, I don't think we have any booths and presenters here. Thanks to everyone that helped make it a successful workshop. It's great to have it after the cancellations in previous years. I'm going to hand over to Christopher O'Brien to do the attendance certificate presentations, and we'll do them state by state, and we'll try and get some photos of the groups with the state QAAMS coordinators joining in also. So thank you very much. I hope you all have a safe trip home, wherever you're travelling. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Oh, good. All right, because sometimes I feel like I'm sort of stuck there and I don't like being stuck. I like to walk and talk. So, first and foremost, I think it's really important that we acknowledge our... oh, do I really... Oh, that's true. Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay, now that's a bit embarrassing. I think it's important that we acknowledge who I consider as our founding father of the QAAMS program, who is Professor Mark Shepherd. Because without the many years that, well, as you guys know, I've been here 17 years now, and Mark and Anne and the QAAMS management teams, the QAAMS program, the QAAMS leaders, now teams now come Leadership Forum, have always advocated in the best interest of our mob, you know, as First Nations people of Australia and Torres Strait Islands. And I must say that one of the reasons I suppose I have a bit of longevity with the QAAMS program is because of the cultural safe aspect of the program. And we do provide that as the cultural leaders and in terms of guiding Mark and Anne and their team. But you can't do that if you don't have the reciprocation. And that's one thing we've always received from Mark and his team is they've always been culturally aware, culturally educated, or we culturally educate, but most importantly of all, culturally responsive in terms of our safe practice, our cultural governance, our cultural integrity, and everything that sort of wraps around the program in its entirety. So thank you so much, Mark. And we know that you are, I don't know if you're semi-retiring, but you've reduced quite heavily down to a couple of days a week. So we thank you for all that you've done. We thank you for bringing your 1998 probably was the discussions for the 1999 baby to fruition and helping our mob with type 2 diabetes management and control. Okay, so without further ado, we are now to present our competency certificates for our participants from all around our continent. I don't call Australia a nation or country because we all come from our own countries within the Australian continent. So first and foremost, we did have to say goodbye to the Victorian/ACT leader, Jade Kelly. She had to leave early for a flight. So I'm going to hand over, or we'll invite up, Katrina to speak, to present on behalf, or do you want to speak? You can speak. To present on behalf of the Victorian. We don't have any Tasmania? No. Participants who have successfully completed their competencies. So first, I don't want me to hand it to you. Okay, so we have Georgina Johnson. And if you can just stay up the front for me, thanks, darling, so we can get a picture with you and the respective QAAMS coordinator. Malika Saunders. And I do apologise in advance if I axe your name. Tanisha Stevens. Oh, no Malika.
And Linda Wright. No, Linda. Oh, just a quaint group. Yes, please. I can't remember who's the... I just know Tamika's Western Australia and New South Wales. Katrina. You're the Gam and Jade. So now to respect country, I'm going to start with South Australia. And here we are, Priscilla Ellendorp, our South Australia leader. And our Deputy South Australia leader, Kingsley Bilney. And one of our previous leaders for South Australia, Jerome Arquette Boygon. And Jacqueline Lovett. It's yours, and I think you're Alan, is that? Yep. Next, we're going to go up to Queensland. And I invite the Queensland leader, Anne-Marie Mitchell. And there's your certificates. First one up. And the Deputy Queensland leader, Katrina Johnston. Come back. Melinda Bartholomew. Did I pronounce that all right? Probably just known as Mal, I would imagine. Mersane Bond. Is that Masani? Oh, Massini. I was close, but no cigar for me. And our inaugural Torres Strait Islander leader, Zamari Bond. There's a Bond theme there. Marty Lee Rolls. I must say, I've spent a bit of time with Marty over the last 2 days, and she's a very energetic young woman. It's great to see our youth, energetic youth in the program. And Bertha Ropian. I knew there was going to be one that would catch me. Kayla Schuch. Is that right, darling? It is. Sweet. Looks like Queensland's going to outdo New South Wales. Yeah, maybe. They always... We compete with these guys every year. Okay, now we're going to go up to the warmer parts of our continent, up into the Northern Territory. Our Northern Territory leader, Elizabeth Durkay. Or you're going to have to help me with some of these. Did you want to call them out? I don't want to disrespect them.
Gwen Damarandi.
Stella Gondara. Leonard Noma.
Star.
Oh, Star. I've been working with Star all day. Oh, actually, Western Australia's sleeve's a bit thick. I think they might outdo Queensland this year. Go WA. You don't want me locked down over there anymore, eh? You want to get out. So as we don't have our Western Australia leader or deputy here, who is Helen Edwards and Robin Wilcock, I suppose I'll just speak on behalf of. So Imara Cameron. Congratulations, darling. Shondell Di Stefano. And Shondell used to be on the QAAMS Leaders Forum once upon a time also. Nikita Little. Congratulations, darling. Zenith Malay. William Martin. Well done, brother. Patsy McGinty. Did I get that right? Yeah, awesome. Well done, darling. Sarah Miles. Well done, sister. Suzette Rowe. And Fatima Skeen. Well done, sister. Is it Fatima or Fatima? Fatima Skeen. Thank you. Oh, New South Wales feels a little thick. We might beat Queensland. Okay, so for New South Wales, I don't want to say God's country, I'll probably get shot. Kelly Briggs. What else? Nolene Brown. I think Nolene is one of the longest standing participants of the QAAMS program that I can recall. Well done, Aunt. Oh, Shirley Victoria Connolly threw me there. And I was going, that's Vicky. Well done, sister. Another long-standing QAAMS participant, Tracy Hall. Sorry, that wasn't Tracy. I was referring to Vicky for that one. Well done, sister. Annika Honeysett. It was Anika, wasn't it? Oh, I said it. Oh, awesome. Stephanie Ping. Congratulations. Oh, and this is our incoming New South Wales / ACT Deputy Leader, Victor Simpson. I told you I'd get you, brother. Congratulations, brother. All right. Are we? No. Yeah, we missed David. We missed David. Thank you. Back over to you, Mr. Manager.
And that's a wrap. Thank you very much, Christopher, for all your input. Thanks, everyone, again, for participating in this year's QAAMS workshop. And safe travels, everyone. Thank you.